Hello, hello. This is Mary at the.meri.atelier. Today is Thursday, January 13th. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. This is Mary at the.meri.atelier. Today is Thursday, January the 13th. Welcome to my desk. Why do I repeat that twice? Because I've noticed that the first time doesn't always get on there. Hi, Arlene. Hi, Lori. Welcome, ladies. Let me get my laptop with a higher quality than 144. Advanced. At least 720, please. Welcome. Well, I have Happy Mail. I have hauls to show you. I have journaling to do. What have I been doing? Oh, my goodness, I've been keeping busy. How about you guys? Thank you, Lori. We'll come back to the Happy Mail. I have to show you something. Well, this too. We'll come back to that. My amaryllis plant. It's blooming. It's blooming. Can you guys see it? Wait. There you can see it. It's blooming. We planted this. I planted this here online a couple weeks ago. I set it out in the kitchen and it is blooming. So I'm going to take it back out in the kitchen. It seems to get plenty of light. It seems to do well out there. But I had to show it to you guys. Yeah. Yay. Kind of have to tip it to show you the bloom. Whoops, I'm out of frame. Come on. There it is. There it is. In all its glory. So, I did okay with that. My little poinsettia plant has about 3 leaves left on it. 3 red leaves. The green leaves are doing fine. I gotta get this out of my way. I'll probably clip off the red leaves and come back to it. We're gonna open Happy Mail. This is the Wajaka. I don't know. Caboodle. I don't know if I'll get to that. I have some other things to show you. Hi, Rhonda. Good morning, Rhonda. And Lori and Arlene. Remember, ladies, when the trolls hit, make a note of what they say. And Rhonda, you were so good to message those. I'm going to put them in the unwanted list. I know there'll be a lot of them, but maybe it'll help cut down on the trolls. That was the suggestion that one of the YouTube gurus told me. Wajaka. Well, I forget as soon as I say it. That's why I always leave it off. Well, let's start with the Happy Mail. Let me tip my desk my camera just a little. I'm still setting up my computer because I was gone all day yesterday, and today I'll show you what I worked on today. And not only this, but well, let's show you this. Let's show you this. I'm catching up with Becky. Has her crochet along. Aunt Beck at Aunt Beck's Creations. She's got 3 stitches out there now. She said there would be 2 more this week on Friday, I think she said. So I caught up with her. Now I'm not doing mine in an Afghan. I want to do mine in, I was thinking either a roll or a journal type situation. I guess I'll leave this here. I I was thinking I would bind these, but even 3 is pretty thick. By the time I get 10 of them, it will be real thick. And this is like pretty thin yarn. This is, well, this is not rug yarn. Let's put it that way. So I might make a roll out of them so that I can roll them up. You know, just roll it. I don't know, but this is the size that I chose. Now, I was looking at these, and if you study these like I have been, because this is the first time I'm learning this, and if you study my stitches here, you'll see I started down here, and this is where I was learning. And you'll see as I work up here, I get more even. You can see these vertical lines a lot easier. Down here, it must be my spacing. I was learning the spacing, but by the time I finished, I think I had it down pretty good. So this is in no sense of the word showing perfection. This is showing me practicing and learning the stitch. This is the linen, and I think they called it what? Linen and mini bead or something like that, mini seed stitch. This is the Elizabethan stitch here. This might have been the mini bead stitch here in her description. I followed the videos that Aunt Beck gave in her video, and you could go to Aunt Beck's channel and you'll see all 3 episodes. And then this one, this is the almond stitch. Now, this is a pretty stitch. However, it took me forever to do this. It took me forever. If I will never do this ever again. If I see this in an Afghan, I won't do the Afghan. It was a nightmare for me to do. Well, one thing, I was learning it, but also I just didn't like going from a half double to a slip stitch. My stitches get tight in there, and it was hard for me to find and they worked on the back stitch. They worked on the back stitch here, and it looks easy enough here, but as I was doing it, I was having a hard time finding the right stitch to put it in. I haven't sewn my threads in yet. I've tied them off, but I haven't sewn them in yet. So I'm caught up with Becky. So when she comes along Friday, and I did get this yarn, wherever I put it, I got it when I went to the thrift store on Tuesday. I paid $2 for this bag of yarn, and I'm using the colors out of here until I can't use them anymore, and then I'll switch to maybe some of my own yarns. But Becky is using thrifted yarn or yarn in her stash. So I thought I would look for some thrifted yarn to start. Most of my yarn is thrifted. And I'm still working on my shawl. I don't have that out here, but in a way, I wish I would have made this smaller, you know, but making this smaller would have been a nightmare. So I guess this is the right size. I just have to decide what, you know, I don't want an Afghan. I might make a roll out of it, but even a roll will get big, you know, because here's 3 right here. So I guess you could make a roll and then squeeze it though tight. That would work. I'll have to think about it. And then I'm going to number them. I'm going to, I won't embroider it, but I'll get some white fabric and write like the number 1, 2, 3 on here. And then I'm going to index, I'm going to create an index for what each stitch was and where Becky found it. I thought about doing the written directions. I'm still thinking about it. So I've been working on that. I worked on this mostly today. I did some yesterday. Hi, Kimberly. Welcome, Kimberly. Hi, Mitzi. Welcome, Mitzi. All you early birds. Rhonda says she's lucky if you can remember her name. See, I've already forgot that. I have to go back up where Rhonda told me how to pronounce that. Oaxaca. Oaxaca. I'll forget it. Okay, let's open some Happy Mail. And then I'll show you my thrift and library haul, and then we'll do some art journaling. This I ordered from Scrapbooking Made Simple. And this is a site, they have Saturday sales that Nettie goes to. And she was talking about these in one of her streams. She got this in a bundle. And I thought it might be fun to try it, so I got it. It took a while for it to come, but I finally got it. I think I ordered it in early November. It took a while for it. I've had it for a few days here. But it is a bundle of Sizzix metallic flakes. And let's see, I think that's all that's in there. There's just some cardboard in here in the envelope. So Sizzix metallic flakes. So those will be fun to play with. I'm not going to get them out because they're flaky. There's a copper, a gold, and a silver. And I guess you have to, oh, it kind of gives you directions. Decorative metallic flakes. That's all it says. Oh, here, wait. I can't read it through the plastic. But you know how you put down, you like gild it type thing. So I got those. I think I got 3 of them for like, here. I got it as a bundle. I paid, well, by the time I paid shipping, $8.95 for the shipping. The shipping itself cost more than the product did. The product was, I think she's got 2 sheets here. Or 1 sheet. Huh. Feels like 2 sheets, but it might be the invoice. She doesn't have the price of the product. But I think the entire thing cost me about $16. So it's the shipping that kills you. So I got those. Then, this is from Tanya. And I'm sure this is the zine. I won one of her zines. I don't think was I in her stream Sunday? This might be from her Sunday. I can't remember whether I was in her Sunday one and won it or if it was the week before. Just My Style, she has written on there. And I'm sure this is just her. She puts it in a piece of, oh, she gave me some painty paper, bless her heart. We'll save that. And our little bird zine. It's a Serenity Prayer. Let me hold it up close so you guys can see it. I think she had 3 winners, and I was one of them. So it's the Serenity Prayer. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. And then you open it up. Courage to change the things that I can. And wisdom to know the difference. And then she signed it here. Cute little zine. And painty paper. So we're going to put this over here with my happy mail. That'll go in my journal. Then this came from Dee Dee. I wasn't expecting it, but she did say she sent me some black and gold. So this might be the black and gold. I don't know. I didn't ask for it, but this is for the gold journal, I'm sure. Mary, some of this needs to live in your gold book, she says. Let's see what she sent. Oh, look at it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, it does need to live in the gold book. Oh, wow. This is cool. Very cool, Dee Dee. I'll have to thank her for it. I've been missing Dee Dee. I missed everybody this week. It's been a pretty rough week, pretty busy week. Not rough, just busy. Just busy. All right. This I don't know where it came from. This is a surprise. Somebody sent me something from Amazon because I haven't been doing any orders that I know of. So let's see what it is and maybe who sent it. Thank you, Arlene, for dropping. Oh, the Mucha posters from Journey. Mucha, Muka, I think it's pronounced Muka, and it's posters. Oh, wow. Oh, Journey, thank you. They're postcards. Oh, as full color cards. I said they're postcards. I think they're just cards. I think they're just cards. They could be used as postcards, though. They look like postcards. Oh, wow. Oh, how cool is that? I'm going to have to put it under some heavy books to get it to flatten out. Journey, thank you so much. I'm going to write M-U-C-H-A, posters from Journey. I don't deserve you guys. I don't deserve you. You bless me so much. And this is 1/13/22. Thank you so much, Journey. Oh, bless your heart. I love it. Absolutely love it. I'm going to put it under some heavy books and that'll flatten it out again. Thank you so much. I'll put it behind me for now. Okay. Now, let me show you what I've done at the library. Remember my snow globe zine? Always a night from old to new. New Year's morn. Each morn is New Year's morn come true. All days are sacred days. All nights are sacred nights. Only a night from old to new. Only a sleep from night to morn. The new is but the old come true. Each sunrise sees a new year born. So, I made copies. I tied up the photocopy. I'm going to send out as many of these as I can. So I thought, I took it to the library the other day. I stood there at the copier making copies. And where you see this dark, that's gold. My gold came off as black. Now the gold Krylon pen came out gold. The gold around the circles came out gold, but the gold metallic just showed black, and I'm sure it was reflecting the black of the, of the copier as it sat down on it. It was, the reflection was black. But I'm not going to fold them all here. Maybe I'll fold a couple of them here. And then Ann Laura will probably be opening her craft and chat today, and I'll sit there and fold zines. I want to see how these fold. You know, I didn't try to fold them before I printed them. They look pretty good, though. They look pretty good. And you know, I've been really lax about sending out Happy Mail, so I'm going to go through my address book. And some of you have already requested them. And if you're watching this on replay and you don't think I have your address, just send me an email. I've gotten some emails that I put on the list. And I think I have close to 145 people in my address book. Now, some of those addresses are old. But I made about 150 copies, I think. So I'm going to send them out. I may not get them all sent out. Well, I'll send them out as much as I can. We'll put it that way. I'll just start with the postage stamps that I have. I bought a couple of books of postage stamps, so I know I have at least 40. You might get some Christmas stamps. So let's just fold these. So far, they look like they're folding pretty good. I'm only going to fold a couple of them. I'll probably sit in the craft and chat today. I was awake all night last night. I couldn't sleep. No way could I sleep. Oh, and I'll explain why later. I'll explain my wakefulness later. But, yeah, I was awake all night. So I'll probably have to take a nap before I go into Anne's room. I usually do have some breakfast and take a nap. No sense in me going in there when I'm awake. I mean asleep, tired. Well, I don't know if that's going to, we'll see. Let me fold it this way again. Let's fold it back on itself. Fold these back on themselves and get a nice fold. Now these are the ones where I'll want to kind of tap the glue down. I learned that from Tanya. You kind of put a little, where's my glue stick? We'll do that to one of these here. And then you cut. I'll just do 2 here this morning. But I also got 80 envelopes. And I think what I'm going to do is splatter blue and gold on these envelopes. I'll just set them out on my desk and go. I don't know if I'll do that this morning, but and then I don't know. I might carve a stamp to put on there. I haven't decided. It'd be fun to carve a stamp. But I haven't decided. I can't decide what I want to carve. So you do your cut. Now you all know how slow I am, so I think I'll send these out in batches. But I'd like you to get them before the winter's over with. Because these are kind of New Year's. Oh, this one isn't going to fold good here. This one, I have to learn how to fold these good. This one's a little off. I hope they're not all off like this. I think this is just my folding faux pas. So it's not bad, it's just a little off. Not too bad. Not bad at all. So it starts with the cardinal, goes to the deer, the time clock, the toast. And it's a little crooked on the back. But what Tanya does, and what really helps, is she takes a little glue in these open corners here. And she just does it on the corners and she matches them up. And that helps them find their way. Let's do that to the other one. Right here. I learned this from Tanya and it really does work. It really helps it. You just do it on the corner and just kind of match it up. And kind of fold it out there. And there we go. So I'm going to send these out. It may just be this in the envelope. I don't know if I'll put painted paper in it. Tanya put painted paper in hers. Let's see if I can do a better job on this other one. All your zines are a little off. Well, I tried to get to the library early, thinking that, oh, I'll get there early and I won't tie up the copy machine. I like their copy machine. Their copy machine does a beautiful job on copying, I think. Nice copies. But sure enough, once I get there, the whole world comes. And then you do the hamburger fold here. So I'm just going to go down my address book. It'll take me some time, but I am going to work on this. I am, and I got dolls to send out too. But we'll just do 2 here. And you can see I'm pretty slow at folding these. But I like to have them have a nice, neat fold. And they seem, this one seems straight. I think I just got off to a bad start on that other one. Okay, let's fold it and cut it. I didn't go back on these, but it'll find its way. Let's fold it this way to help me find my way. This is the busy work that bores me. You know, I'd rather be painting or drawing. Yeah, this one folded much nicer. Still a little off, but by the time I glue it, let's glue the edges. Once you match these edges up and the glue kind of holds it in place, then the folds find their way a lot easier. And you just glue the open corners together, or I do. I think that's all Tanya does. I learned it from her, and I do think that's a super good tip. I don't have that. Boy, that glue's sticking too. I don't have it. There. And then that helps it find its way here. And it's always a little off because even with copy paper, you have just about maybe a 1/16 of a fold there that takes up 1/16 of space, you know, but if you crease it down good, this one came out nice. So I'll just keep on doing that today. And I'm going to work on envelopes. So I got that project going. I want to get that done though. I like to have it all sent out by at least by the end of January. Hi, Jen. Hi, Janet Nash. Welcome, Janet. I have a postcard to send to Janet, too, that I made and never, the hedgehog one, I never got it sent off. Janet might get a little bit bigger package from me. Hi, let's see, Jen and Janet, and who else came in? Mitzi, Arlene, Kimberly. I'm sure I'm missing people. Rhonda, Lori, Riri. There's Riri. Hi, Riri. Good morning, Riri. I was missing Riri. Good morning. Oh, and there's Jacqueline. Good morning, Jacqueline. Good morning. Well, let me put these aside because I'm sure you don't want to see me do a whole bunch of these. It'd be quite boring to watch. So let's do, shall we do my thrift haul? I already showed you the yarn. The yarn I got at the thrift store, that $2 package. I'm not going to get that out again. I didn't have a big thrift haul, but sort of big. I got these, I'm sure these are for curtains. I'm not going to take it apart, but they're grommets. They're already grommeted. Grommeted. And I thought, oh, I'll bet I could do something with binding with these. I'm not sure what yet, but I got a whole row of them, and they had more that were not, they had more grommets that were not fastened together, but I didn't get the loose ones. I think I paid, what, $2 for this? $2 for this. I thought that was worth $2. I got a top. You'll probably be seeing me wear it around here. I got a top. I like to get these tops. I wash them up. They cost me $3 and I wear them around the house. So that'll go in the wash. I'll throw it way over there. I bought some more hand sanitizer. I get this for $1. And I think that's pretty much of a bargain. Then I pour it in my big squeeze bottle. That's a refill for my hand sanitizer. I'm just going to put it down here. And what else did I get here? Oh, I thought these, well, let me show you this. I got some cute little Easter stamps, Easter bunnies. I thought they were nice ones. I don't know if you guys can see them. Let's put a piece of paper behind them. I thought that they would be cute for Easter. So, yeah, I got them. They've been used, but that's okay. They're cleaner than what I leave my own stamps. And then I got these fabric markers. And they were selling for $2 a box. But they're felt tip permanent fabric markers. And I thought they would be fun to play with. They've got dual tips, a fine and a broad. And all colors here. Black, violet, sky blue, yellow, brown, gray, red, orange, green, purple, blue, and mint green. So you'll see me. I bought the 3 packages that were there. I thought, oh, I'll use them. I'll use them. So I got those. I thought that was a bargain for $6 for what? What? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 36. $6 for 36 of them. What's that, about 50 cents a marker? Or not 50 cents, nickel a marker? Oh, don't ask me to do arithmetic this early in the morning. My head doesn't. 12 times 3 is 36. Divide 6 into 36 into $6. All right, then I got this, and I think this is wool. It's either wool or a felted wool, a felt. It says fabric, 70 inches by 3 yards, and it cost me $3. And it's either felt or wool. And I don't think it matters which, because I am going to do some felting projects one of these days, and this will be good to have on hand. $3. $1 a yard for 70, what'd they say, 70 inches wide. 70 inches by 3 yards. That's a pretty good price. So I got that. I got to throw this away from my flower. I don't want to harm my flower. And then, did I get anything else besides? No, I just got another top. I like to buy these tops. I like to wear them around home. And this is a warm one, but it's a really long one. And you know, it's nice to wear that over leggings. It needs to be washed. It smells like perfume. They don't, they're pretty clean shop, but I'm sure they don't wash everything that comes in. So I always wash all clothes that I get at the thrift store. Just as a matter of, yep, I do it. Then I went to the library. Now this gets into, what have I been doing? Well, let me show you. I gotta find it. I put it up here underneath. I gotta clean off this cart next to me because that's where I'm gonna put the new laptop. I got my laptop about halfway set up. I got several books, but we get this Rural Electric Farmer magazine, and they had an article here on a Nebraska author. I'm sure you guys have heard of her, Beth Streeter Aldridge. She wrote several books, but she wrote A Lantern in Her Hand. And I had read this article, and I looked at her picture here. This is her picture, and I said, ooh, that would be fun to sketch. This would be a fun picture to sketch. And then I went to the library, and lo and behold, I found 2 books by her. And I read this book. I got it on Tuesday. I got home Tuesday night. I read it Tuesday night. I read it yesterday, and I finished it last night, early in the morning. Very, very, very good book. But what interested me was, when you open this up, you see this dedication. Says this, well, first of all, let me tell you about this character in this book. Was about a lady in, she came west with her family in a covered wagon to Nebraska. This is a Nebraska author, so eastern Nebraska is where they settled in this book. If you know Nebraska, they probably would have settled maybe about 30 miles, I would say, east of Lincoln, Nebraska. Just in a fictional town in this book. But this author is from Elmwood. And Elmwood is east of Nebraska. And I just think that she probably centered this town, this fictional town of Cedarburg, about where Elmwood is. But anyway, she came across with her mother and her brothers and her sister. And that's how the book starts out. And she gets married to a young man, and it goes through all the trials and difficulties she has. She wants to paint and sing. She's a very talented singer. She's a very pretty lady, and she wants to paint. But she gives all that up. She has an opportunity to study in New York, but she gives it all up for the love of her life, which is a local guy, and they build a sod house. And you know, the little town where my parents retired to had a replica. It wasn't a sod house that people lived in real life, but it had a replica of a sod house. And I would walk by that little sod house when I lived with my parents. I'd walk by that numerous times and wondered what it would be like to live in that house. You know, it was just, and it's really fascinating. So I went and I kind of looked up Nebraska sod houses and kind of read up on that. And I looked up Beth Streeter Aldridge and read up on her. And but this goes clear through her growing up, her raising her kids, all the community stuff and all the trials and snowstorms and grasshoppers and droughts and all the things that the pioneers who came to Nebraska and settled in Nebraska faced. And it's really an interesting book. It's an easy read. It's probably a read that I should have read when I was in junior high or high school, but somehow I missed it. So it's kind of a joy to go back and read these books. I'm going to see if I can't get a hold of more of hers. And that's all I'm going to say about the story. But what really interested me was this dedication. And this book was presented by Laura Lou Wallace Ellis as a perpetual memory of her husband, and then Lloyd Harris Ellis and her parents, C.G. Wallace and Adelia Jeffrey Wallace. And so I surmised that I got this at a local library, that this lady was a local lady or is a local lady. So I looked, I surmised that they probably would not have, I'm trying to straighten out my camera, would not have offered this. I got this on, it was a book sale table at this one library where I go, where I get my copies. They don't have a free, well, they might have some free that I've never seen, but this you pay 50 cents for. And so I bought this one and a couple of others. And I thought it was surely worth 50 cents. And then, but I looked her up, and yeah, I found information about her on findagrave.com and about her husband. And then it even went into her parents and some of her grandparents. So what I'm going to do, now that I've read the book, I'm going to take the jacket off. It just seems a shame not to save this. So what I'm going to do is keep this with the book jacket and put it in my art journal. And then I'm going to write the information that I found online about her. She was, I think he was wealthy. I can't remember, but she was very much into, I think she went to the university and I don't know what all, but she made a lot of donations and gifts. Obviously, she dedicated this book to the library. And this just, I look at this and I thought she probably saw in her own life, because she dedicated it to her husband, and that character in the book, her husband, she was she never dedicated anything to her husband, but she was very loyal to her husband and her husband's parents. Her mother passed away, I think, in the book, the character in the book, her mother passed away, I think, after they had migrated to, well, they migrated to Iowa, and then her husband and her came out to Nebraska. And I think while they lived in Nebraska, her mother passed away, but it was her husband's parents that, in the book, that the character really talked a lot about in the book. So, and I'm thinking that this lady probably saw, and the reason that she dedicated it to these folks is she saw a lot of herself in this story. That's what my thought is. So I'm going to save the dedication. I'm going to write down, I'm going to write kind of my thoughts about the book, but I'm also going to write a little bit about the person that dedicated it that I found online. And I'll probably gut the book. There are some things in here that I saved off that I thought, and I don't know if I can find them. Toward the end, I started noticing things. I wrote it in ink. I don't know if I can find it. There's one here. In that saving, frugal way, born of necessity, she ironed out dark brown wrapping paper, which she had saved for years, and cut it into sheets. At 49, Abby was finding her first opportunity to take time from the duties that had always confronted her to carry out this old ambition. For several afternoons, she wrote of things she had been wanting forever to get down on paper. And I wrote a journal. She made herself a writing journal out of dark brown wrapping paper. And one place, her daughter, she always wanted to paint. And her daughter, this is another one. It's talking about the home that they built, her and her husband. And it says it was the only old home the children had ever known. There ought to be a home for children to come to, and their children, a central place to which they could always bring their joys and sorrows, an old familiar place for them to return to on Sundays and Christmases. An old home ought to always stand like a mother with open arms. It ought to be here waiting for the children to come home to it like homing pigeons. And I had written in here, Grandpa Floyd and Grandma Fussy Button's farm. Because that's that paragraph just kind of summarizes what I was saying about the Fussy Button farm. It's a place where the grandkids need to know a Thanksgiving. And I did find my Thanksgiving journal. There's another one in here that I saved. I don't know where I put it. I'm not going to read them all. Let's see. Oh, that's a personal one. It's about making mistakes. Kind of caught my attention. But I've made so many mistakes. There's another one in here. Come on, where is it? I wanted to read it to you because it was the one that really pertains to us as an art group. Well, that's the Fussy Button farm. Here it is. Margaret was her oldest daughter in this book. Margaret was painting many canvases every year now. The lady, her name was Abby, and she wanted to paint and she wanted to sing. And she had been gifted some watercolors, and just think in those days, watercolors for somebody who didn't have much was kind of like Happy Mail that I get, you know? It was a wonderful gift, and she had treasured them, and someday she was going to paint. And she had put them away. She got married, and they traveled out to Nebraska. And one day, I guess her oldest daughter, she was going to go get those paints, and her oldest daughter, Margaret, went with her. And when Margaret found out that she had the paints, Margaret said, "Oh, can I have them?" You know? And so she gave her treasured paints to her oldest daughter so that her oldest daughter could develop her talent. And Margaret eventually got married to a doctor, but she kept up her painting. She was an artist. She said Margaret was painting many canvases every year now. Pencil and drawing book with her. She often came out home to the farm that they built home to wander for hours in the vicinity, sketching the cottonwoods or the maples or a rolling bit of pasture land. When the day comes, Mother, she would say, I can get that light that lies over the prairie at evening to suit me. I believe I'll be satisfied. And I had written in here, plein air art journal. She went out and she sketched, and I really identified with that. Yeah. This is where she said she made a lot of mistakes. I circled that. So that's where my nose has been the last couple days, is in this book. And I want to sketch her. I'm going to keep this out. Now, what else? Oh, I have some more things to show you before I get to that. Let me put the book down here. I showed you my thrift haul. I showed you my happy mail. Let's show you the rest of the library haul. I got some more books. I'll show you those first. There's a stack of them for 50 cents and a quarter. The softbound ones were only a quarter. I just bought it to fill out I got $5 worth. The Reluctant Assassin. This is all about an old tin. I think it's a novel where in the story, they find a tin type and they trace it back to John Wilkes Booth. I think that's a fictional novel, historical novel type thing. This one, I don't know too much about it. It's called Great Gals, Inspired Ideas for Living a Kick-Ass Life. Author of Artist in the Office. And great gals follow their hearts. Girls do not dress for boys. They dress for themselves, of course, for each other. If girls dress for the boys, they just walk around naked at all times. Great gals explain the wisdom of their hearts. Write a list of things you're proud to have done. So it's kind of like a fun journal on being a great gal, I guess. I picked it up. I thought it was what attracted me to it was the drawings, and author of The Artist in the Office. That attracted me to it. Here's another book by Beth Streeter Aldrich, Journey into Christmas. I'll be reading that. Best of Decorative Towel Painting. I got this one to cut up. I got it to cut up. Not that I want to towel paint, but I thought it would make fun art. Might use it as interest pages in a future journal. I'll look through it before I cut it up. So I got that. I got two more here. Books. I got this. This only cost me a quarter. Adventures in Bookbinding. Softbound, it only cost me a quarter. Of course, a lot of the techniques we already use. I'm sure that's the Coptic stitch. They've done the pamphlet stitch. But then they use different types of binding here. Different types of books. A quilted workbook, decoupage food and wine journal, a lino printed sketchbook, crochet notebook. I thought that was interesting, but I think it's just the cover is crocheted. It's not a crochet journal. Or you could write in it. Where is that? What page is that? Oh, that's number 11. Oh, I think that's chapter 11. It's in here. 9. But they go through all the techniques. Here, crochet notebook. They just crocheted the cover. And then their pages themselves are not crochet stitches. They're paper pages. So they do different types of journals. Plush doll sketchbook. They make a doll and they put a sketchbook in the hands of the doll. Jewelry and metal pocket sketchbook, a needle felted journal. So for a quarter, it could give you some ideas. Here's their quilted notebook. That's really kind of cool. It looks like slow stitching to me. So I picked that up for a quarter. And then the last one I got is all about Egypt. I got it specifically for the Egyptian caboodle to get Egyptian art out of it, that, you know, to be inspired by Egyptian stuff. I'm not sure exactly how much of it I'll use, but I couldn't just leave it there. And again, 50 cents. So some of these I'll take upstairs until I'm ready for them because I don't have room for them down here. But, oh, I'm not done. Let me set these behind me. I got one more thing to show you, then I'll come out and chat. Oh, I gotta move my chair. One more thing from the library. They do not give things away at this library. You have to buy them. 25 cents for magazines. But I found some good ones. So I'll be tearing these up. Nebraska Life. I'm not going to go through them. I like the Nebraska Life ones. Nebraska Life have a lot of Nebraska junk jaunt. That falls at the end of September, the junk jaunt. Kool-Aid Days are in Hastings, where we go shopping. This looks like Omaha. Omaha lights up with tremendous fall. So I got several Nebraska Life ones. What's this? Hold on, there's another thing in here. Oh, that's just a brochure about safety stuff. I got a bag that sounds of fire safety, what to do. I got that to carry my books in. Now these I've never seen before. Wall Street Journal. And they have a lot of what I call portrait style. Well, here he's flying a kite. Go fly a kite. That's a cool picture, isn't it? I could work that into a collage, but like this, I think sketching. I could even see making model sketch stencils from some of these. Look at these. Aren't those cool? I didn't get a lot of these because I wasn't sure about them. I think I got maybe 2 or 3 of them. Here's another one. They got bent in the bag. Wall Street Journal. That's an interesting picture. This is cool. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Let's see what it says here. Drawn together. I'm not sure what that article is all about. It's all about different styles of dresses, I think. So I got those. More Nebraska Life. Countryside. Hands-on homesteading. I just pulled it out because it was with the Nebraska ones. All about homesteading, raising chickens, and I don't know what they're doing there. Looks like bees. Another bee article. Countryside. You see these type of things in the rural areas, these type of magazines. Cows, sheep, chickens. See buckthorn. I've never heard of that. Nebraska Life, Nebraska Life. I like the Nebraska Life. I pick them up because they've got really cool pictures in them. This was for the kids. It's in Spanish, but it's got some cool images of some art cards in here. I saw some art cards, and yeah, I picked them up. I don't know Spanish. Got it for the pictures. It's kind of like a, who's it published by? It was sitting with all the magazines. I pulled it for the pictures. And then I got a Mary Jane's. I'm going to keep that out. Mary Jane's, this is my speed here. And then this book says Rare Words and Ways to Master Their Meanings. 500 arcane but useful words for language lovers. Glyph, G-L-I-F, is a carved figure or any other symbol that imparts knowledge non-verbally. Well, I guess all of our art is glyph. I can't even pronounce some of them. Wajaka. Tantric is an adjective pertaining to sacred... Oh, I won't read that rest of it. It's sexual. Oh, dear. All right. I'm going to keep the Mary Jane's magazine out to read. The rest of these are going to go back in the bag for fussy cutting. And that was my library haul. Let me come out and chat, and then we'll do some art. So I've had quite a couple days. You should see my floor behind me. All right, it's got books and magazines and yarn and happy mail and what else? Fussy cuts, package of fussy cuts and buttons and my amaryllis and lucky me, I can turn my chair around. Thank you to the mods for taking care of the trolls. Thank you very much. Thank you, Teresa. Working on my girl, Arlene. Working on my girl, Arlene. Hi, Mina. Hi, Nancy Hudson Sailor. Welcome, welcome. Mary, I got that screenshot. Teresa says you're welcome. Nancy says good morning. There's Angie. Hi, Angie. Hi, Natalie. Natalie Randall. Welcome, welcome, Natalie. Glad to have you join us. Hi, Vanessa. Angie says one big welcome, one big hello to all of you who is just now coming into chat. Mina's here. Hi, Mina. Natalie's saying hello to Vanessa. Vanessa says hello to everybody. Arlene says 25 cents is better than $6 plus. Yes, it is. It is. And some of those magazines now cost you, you know, well, the art magazines will cost you, Somersets will cost you $14 or $15. But even some of the magazines are like $7 or $8, what we used to pay $3 or $4 for. They've gone up. I don't know how they can stay in business like that. Mary Jane's, I think I'm going to get a subscription to her. If you get a subscription, you get them at a lower price. Mina came in. Kitty Jen is here. Oh, Carol peeked in, the Magical Touch Studio. If you're out there, Carol, good morning. I'm just scrolling back. She's saying good morning. Teresa's here. Arlene says, most interesting book I ever read was a book of letters from the lady in the mid-1800s to her sister. The lady had been an arranged bride. The arrangement went south. She ended up stranded in Montana. Oh my goodness. You know, those pioneers, they really put a lot on the line. They really put a lot on the line to come out here, you know. They gave up, a lot of them gave up luxuries to start a new life, like the lady who married the husband instead of married the guy she loved in this book, Lantern in Her Hand, instead of taking the opportunity to, well, she had the opportunity to marry a doctor and go to New York and study music and art and all of that. And I guess the lady who wound up marrying the doctor had fine clothes and, was well off. And while the lady who was the heroine in this book, she was a pioneer out here in Nebraska, but she had her children. She had her children and her family, and it was just it's an interesting life. It really, just an interesting story. And I'm sure that now this was a character in a book. This is a novel. But I'm just like I was saying, the lady who dedicated this book, I'll bet you that she saw a lot of herself in that book. I get that from just the dedication. Let's see, she passed away, I think, in the 90s. So she may have not been quite as old as the character in the book. She may not have come out to Nebraska in a covered wagon. Let's see. Was Laura in here? Laura Vasquez. Hi, Laura, if you're out there lurking. If you're not, good morning and thanks for popping in. Janet Nash popped in. Okay, I'm back to... Janet says, on my train into the station. She'll see you later. So Janet Nash sounds like she's going to visit her parents again or something. Arlene says, I have the Mary Jane's book. It's the best recipe and decor ideas. I got one of those too at the same, no, I got it at the library sale at the last fall. I don't know if it was recipes. It's out in the living room. I haven't had the opportunity to read it. Vanessa says, Angie, I'm praying you get some good news today with the surgeon. Angie says, I will be okay. Thank you for your prayers. I'm just going to see the surgeon to make an appointment to have it done. I will let you know when. Sounds like Angie's going to have some surgery. Well, I showed you the crochet. I'm caught up with Becky on crochet. I think I'll sketch this lady. And I want to sketch it in, if I can find my journal. Oh my. You don't want to see over on this table. Well, let's just show you what's on this table, because I've got to clear it off or it's all going to fall. I have my stack of unfolded zines. If I don't organize this, it's going to fall. So, and that was the envelope that they came in. I have the Wajaka journal. I was going to work on that this morning. I want to put this in my January journal. That's not going to go in here. That's going to go in my January journal. I have the pages. Now, I think Rosemary, I didn't get to her chat last night, but I briefly went through her videos, and I think she was putting papers in her journal. And I've said that I'm going to keep this one fairly thin. I'm going to try to keep it thin. So I might come back to that. I've got a piece of blank paper. I've got, I got a credit card, Happy Mail from the credit card offer. I got some fabric doll that goes with the Wajaka doll. We've got Rosemary's bundle. Oh, we could put the stuff in the gold journal. Dee Dee's, we could work in this. This is gold journal stuff. We could work in the gold journal. I got an envelope. an envelope. I didn't get to the, I got to the library, but I didn't get this printed. I want to take this in and get it printed. I may have it printed several times. It would be nice. Let's see, I think I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 25. If I had this printed 6 times, I could send them with the zine. She says. I'll keep that out. I'll throw it. Oops. I'll throw it over there. That's a receipt. I want to cut some stencil. So I got this out. Penelope, I'm going to move you or you're going to get tossed over the cliff. I've got this. I'm going to either put in my January journal or maybe put some of it in my collage journal. I got this journal that I want to work on that Mitzi sent me. I'm going to write letters in here. I want to keep that out in a special place. This is just it says Meridel. What else do I have here? Hold on. Another celluloid envelope. This is well, I got more stenciling, scratch paper. I'm looking for my little sketchbook journal. This goes in journal and the scrap journal. And then I get down to the Asian caboodle and carving. Oh, there it is. All right, we're going to stop at this point. Here's my sketchbook. It's pretty straight here. I got some packages of fussy cuts that I'd gotten out when I was sorting. Fussy cuts. That's what I forgot to get at the Dollar General. I forgot to get two-sided tape. All right, I'm pretty much organized over there. Now if I can just put it back where it won't all fall. Let's see, let's put this there. What makes it fall is things like this, you know, and then I pile something on there and then it goes like that. That's what makes it fall. If I could just keep it all, I've got to clear that whole desk off anyway because my laptop is going to go there. I'm going to have to find another place for all this stuff. It's so convenient. We're going to work in my gold journal a little, and I'm going to do a little sketching. We might get to the caboodles. All right. Let's do the gold journal first. What did Nina say? Oh, you're in my prayers, Angie? Angie said, hi, Mary. Mina, I can't swallow my food, so I'm going to have my throat stretched. Oh, Angie. Teresa says, remember to put up your thumbs. Oh, thank you, Teresa. Thank you, guys. Arlene says, I'm going to keep this journal thin. We will see. I think she's going, Mary, how she keeps stuff thin. This journal is probably will grow fat. The gold journal will probably grow fat. We are going to put some of Dee Dee's paper in here. And this is Midori style. This came from Carla. And I noticed Carla requested some prayer for health and finances on Facebook. So please keep Carla. I'm going to put this in this bag. Please keep Carla and her mother in your thoughts and prayers. The good Lord knows their needs. If I can get it in there, come on. There we go. That's to get over around the zipper. And I'll keep this out to work in. Let's put this in here. Now, I was listening to Rosemary answer a question about what kind of glue does she prefer for fabric. And she talks about Fabri-Tac a lot. And she says some of that glue you can glue down, but you can easily rip it up. Well, I suppose this is Yes Paste. And I suppose if you tear at it, but I'll bet you I could tear it Fabri-Tac that way too. This has been done a couple days, and I'm having to really tear at it to get it up. So I'm not sure I completely agree with Rosemary that Fabri-Tac is the only thing that binds fabric to a journal. I think Yes Paste does a good job. You can see I could rip it up a little, and I suppose if I sat here and tore it, but you could probably do that with bookbinding bound journals too. So Rosemary, we might have to have a difference of opinion on that one. Now these that I have in my lap are just empty envelopes. I will be putting those away. We are going to work, and the reason I got off on that was I'm going to use Yes Paste in here. I'm going to go toward, shall I put it in the center? Shall I put that in the center? Let's get Dee Dee's beautiful black and gold, and I'll put this note maybe with a bit of it in my January, because this will, I could probably get 2 pages of this in here. Oh yeah, and then I could save just a bit for my big journal. This measures, I'm sure this is a standard size. See the lines on this. This ruler's weird because it starts right there. It's 4.5 by, you guys probably know, I don't, 4.5 by 8 1/4. So 4.5 and 4.5 is 9. So I'm going to cut this by 9 by 8 1/4. Yep, I'm going to have to take all this stuff off my cart so I can put my new laptop over there. Don't spill your tea, Mary. I got paint out here. Really, I guess I should put it this side, probably straighter. And I think I'll make it about 9.5 and cut a 1/2 inch off to make it nice and straight. Nine. Well, I could get 2. Yeah, I guess I will. And let's see, we want to cut this way at 9. What did I say? 8 1/4? I better measure that again. I threw the book up here. I said 8 1/4, but I want to be sure. Well, it's a little under 1/4. If I cut it 1/4, it'll be fine. 8 1/4. Boy, that doesn't look straight to me. I think I'll cut it after I put it in my... That does not look straight. That's not straight. Let's trim a little of this off. That's better. See how crooked that was? That was Mary's fault. All right, now you can go 8 8. 9. We want 9 this way. 9 by 8 1/4. But I'm going to make it 8 1/2 just to give myself some play. And hopefully I did this right. The other way, Mary. Pretty good. Gave myself some play. I'll trim it off. So I'm going to do 2 of these. And I'm just going to trim off a little here. Oh, and I'll save this. I'll save this for cluster. This might go in my journal with her note. That'll go for cluster. All right. So I think we want it 9. We want it 9 this way. And that's not going to be straight. I want it 8 1/2 this way. And 9 this way. All right. Eight 1/2. If I make this, that's 8 1/2. We want it 9 this way. All right, I'm just getting my head on here. I'll save these. Not throwing away the pretty gold and black. All right, we'll make 2 pages in here. Hi, Ann. Good morning, Ann. Don't forget, Ann's Craft and Chat happens. Are you opening it up today at 10, Ann? Are we doing a Craft and Chat today? Now, I cut this a little... Excuse me. Ah, cut this a little wider. I like to have a little to trim off. I'll trim it off. I knew I was cutting it wider. And I need wax paper. And I put it over here. Thank you for the blessings. I knocked something down over here. What did I knock down? Was it Penelope? No, it's just, I think that was my box of envelopes. Excuse me for when I sneeze, I have to blow my nose. When I blow my nose, I gotta sanitize my hands. Arlene said she was hanging out in a chat yesterday and I saw those bot letters and reported it. It was a legitimate chatter playing around. Well, if they were playing around, they should be aware that bots do that. Did you warn them that they might get reported if they play around like that? They shouldn't be playing around like that. Arlene said, be right back. Arlene dropped a link to Anne's Facebook group. Anne said yes. Okay, she's opening her craft and chat. Arlene dropped a link to it. If you've never been to Anne's craft and chat, you might want to join. I've been up all night, Anne, so I may not be in there right. Give me an hour or two because I'll probably have to take a nap. I've been up all night. I couldn't sleep last night. All right, and go this way first, I think. Or do I want to make it this way? I can make it either way. I don't know. It looks better to me. Maybe this way. I think this is the way I want to go. So we're just going to do half the page first. And I'm going to use my palette knife, which I should have out of the water, and my Yes paste. I love my Yes paste. Welcome to everybody who's come in. If I didn't say good morning to you, there's Amy. Good morning, Amy Johnson. Welcome, welcome. I miss people when I'm arting. I try to get out and say hello to everybody, try to catch up, but Angie says, I've had it done 2 times. Oh, she's talking about her surgery. Oh. Teresa says, be right back. Got to get my day up and going. Okay, Teresa. All right. We're just going to put Yes paste. I don't need this paint out. I'll need it later, though. I'll put it over here. Probably knock it off. And we're just going to spread the Yes. We're going to spread the Yes. I'm loving me my Yes paste. And I'm just going to do a couple pages in here. We're going to put Dee Dee's. And I'll be thanking Dee Dee after chat, after the stream here. She was working on pan pastels today, I think. I went back to look. I'm not much of a pan pastel person either. I don't work in pastels. I just don't like the... Although, if you're going to work in pastels, I think pan pastels would be nice to work with. I just don't work in chalk. But that doesn't mean I won't, ever. Just like crayon, I say I don't color, but eventually I melted colors. I melted crayons. I bought me some more super tips the other day, because my super tips are drying out on me. Get the corners here pretty good. And try to get the center. Get the corner up here. Okay, that should do it pretty good. And then I want to start down in here. So I cut it a little larger than the page, so I have plenty of room to work with it. And now we'll do the other side. I bought some at the dollar store gold italic stickers, alphabet. I go, oh, I can put those in my journal, my gold book. I'm not going to get them out now. Well, I should get them out and put them with the bag of gold that I got going on there. Sometimes I forget the edges, the border edges. I get the corners, but forget the edges. And let's get this good. The gutter. Okay, I think I got it pretty good. My hands get sticky. Hi, JL. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. You ordered some Yes paste the other day. It'll be here tomorrow. Well, just remember to let it cure. I like my Yes paste. Now I'll be trimming the edges off of here, but we're going to let it dry first. All right, now I have another sheet. I put this one in the center. I think I should probably, well, this is the front. I have to remember this is the front here. So it's going to open like that, I guess. That wasn't the way I wanted it, but that's okay. It works either way. So I've done, I want to do something more to that. This bothers me. I don't like the pointy nature of it. It looks like a mountain to me. I think I'll put this on it. Get it under that ribbon, put it right there. I don't mind that. I think I'll put this on it. Let's take this. We're done with this one. Let's take it out. Oh, it's stuck to the... I think it'll be okay. Maybe. I'm going to glue this. I'm so good, I'll tell you. I don't know where I get all my talent. Now, I apply my Yes paste probably more liberally than I need to. Probably don't need all of that on here. Get some of it off. There's quite a bit on there. I'm going to put some of it, and when I put it on the ridge of my container, I like my palette knife because I can come back in under the ridge of my container pretty easy. Now, I did not glue the top portion of this because it's going to stick out. If I can get this in here now. I need to go under the ribbon here. Under the ribbon. Under the ribbon. There we go. Pull it up. There. To me, that makes more sense. And I'll probably be doing something in there. Oh, and I was watching, I do not get to watch Janet Young too much on Mondays. She comes on at 1 Eastern and 12 Central, but I stitch with my friends on Monday afternoons. So, but she was doing illuminated lettering. Oh, I enjoyed that. I might do some, I don't know about lettering. I don't like that. Let me. Now you can reposition Yes Paste, at least until it cures. You saw how easy I was able to lift this up. Now see, it's starting to cure there. So it is repositionable to a point. Now let's put some of this under it. Get that I scraped off. I'm not sure. I think I just used glossy accent to put this in. I'm going to use a little, scrape my palette knife off on it. There. I like that better. And then I'll come in later and trim this off. Okay, and we got pages in here. This is the center of the journal. And I'm going to put one toward the back. There, and what did I do with it? It's right here. Try to make this one make more sense to me. Right in there. Alrighty, I think I got it pretty good. Make sure I get the center right here. I sometimes forget the center. Alright. Thank you, Dee Dee, for this beautiful black and gold paper. Bless her heart. Didn't quite get it down to the bottom. I like Yes Paste because it dries flat. It's more of like a glue stick. It's a paste, like a glue stick. And it does not warp your pages. It dries flat. It's one of the reasons why I like it. And also I like it because it spreads like a glue stick. It's not that, it can be messy if you're not careful, but just putting some wax paper down there to get it in and then pull it out, Mary. That's real smart. Well, I'm not doing such a hot job there, am I? And like I said, I have probably applied this more liberally than I need to. But if you use it, go at your own. Do you. You want it thinner? You can always, I can always take my palette knife and go like this and get a good amount back on my palette knife if I want. But I'm not sure I always want. All right, I think that's on there pretty good. Let's hold that down. And yeah, my hands are sticky now. Now we'll put my palette knife in the water. Put my wax paper back on my Yes Paste. And you don't want to leave this uncovered for hours at a time because it will. I squirted some water in there last time I used it, and it did fine. It's not puddled or anything. It absorbed it. You want to squirt a lot of water in it. You don't want to do that, but keep it a little moist on the top. You don't want it to mold. Tighten the lid good. All right, I think I'm about done here. Except for trimming it. And I think I'll wait till it's dry to trim it. You know what I have is what I think I'll do next. I got some 24 karat gold that was gifted to me by Petals and Dreams, I believe. Like an 8-ounce container of it. This is a little sticky. I might paint a page 24 karat gold. Wouldn't that be fun? That's still kind of sticky. I might put some. It needs to be trimmed. Woohoo! Wow. Thank you, Dee Dee, for the beautiful black and gold. I'll be messaging her. Thanking her for it. So, that's done. Woohoo! I'm not going to do the mirrored. I got some mirror paper here. Well, we're not going to do just gold. Gold is the journal I'm starting out with. Alrighty. What's going on in chat? Is Becky here? Good morning, Becky. Good morning, good morning. I want to get back to my best Streeter Aldrich. I'm going to do a quick sketch. Now, I have to study my sketches unless I get very lucky. As I showed you, this was my first one. Not happy with it at all. This is my latest one. This is Helen Hunt Jackson. And this is just an unlined composition book. Oh, I should have put some Yes Paste back on that. We'll do that the next time I'm in here. I was demonstrating how hard it was to pull this up. You can pull it if you jerk at it, but I think you could pull it any book cover if you jerked at it. It glues it down very solid. I mean, you know, but I was jerking at this. I'll glue that back down. I was showing that, yeah, you can pull it up, but unless you're deconstructing the book, nobody's going to sit there and jerk at it that much. That's my opinion. All right, we're going to sketch, and I'm going to go back to my Dollar General pen here. And she's got a hat on, but the entire background of her is black. Now, I won't be doing that. Let's see, I pulled that paper out. Now, keep this paper, because see how this paper is thin. It's composition book. So, and I did use liquid on this. And so it did soak through here. So I'm only doing one sketch on a page. I'm not happy with these, but I'm pretty happy with this one. This one, no. This one is okay. Here I was doing studies. I'll have to tip my this is the last one I did of her. And I think I'm getting there with her. But we're going to do Best Street Aldrich. This comes out of our Electric magazine. I'll put it there. And let me zoom in a little so you guys can see. Zoom in just a little. I'm going to zoom in too much. And then I was using I guess I'll just use this to wipe that out a little. Get a towel and wipe that out. Probably won't hurt it anyway because it's black ink. But that really isn't what I wanted. I wanted something more flat. Let me look. Have one out. Yeah, I don't know what I did with the thing. I might have thrown it away. Did I throw it? No. Well, I can't find what I want. So we'll just use this. And I'll squirt some water in there. And I might want to keep that water out. No, I won't. It's in my way. All right, I'm just going to do a couple of quick sketches. I'm not trying for realism here. Get stuff off my desk. Paint. I'm going to use this pen, which is water soluble, and I'm going to use these brushes. One's a tiny, tiny brush. This one's a little bit, this is more of a rounded brush, and this is more of a flat brush. And what I'm going to do, what I really need though, is a hard surface. Here. Oh, Becky, you didn't see. Are you in here, Becky? My amaryllis plant. My amaryllis is blooming. Is she in here? Looky, Becky, it's blooming. I'm so proud of it. I didn't think it would bloom with that little of dirt in there, but man, it's going for it. Let me grab one of these tape containers. That's what I use. Let me rip this off because I like the plastic surface here. This is what I was looking for. I must have thrown the one I was using away. Sometimes I throw them away. So I use everything. That's what I want. This is my tape. I'll save that, and I'll save this for tag. I think Becky went back to sleep. Becky's in and out. In a recliner with Callie in her lap and a space heater, going to warm herself up. So what I do generally, and the reason I wanted this, was I'll take my ink pen and I'll just scribble on this. Get some ink going in here. And reason that I'm doing this is because this is non-porous. Boy, but it's not working like the other one did. And you could use just regular ink. But if you want it, if you happen to have a pen, and then you can take your brush, or you could use your pen, you dip your brush in some water. Look at that. You can get tonal values. And I'm just going to scribble a little up here in the corner. So you can get different tonal values by doing that. And that's what I did when I did this sketch. That's how I got all those tonal values in there. But you could also use, let's get it out because I might use it. And you could also use a little, this has got cornstarch in it. And I added, what I did is you don't want to just dump cornstarch in your, this is black walnut ink. I boiled black walnut. Well, I actually used the husks. And I think I left some of the seeds in there. The black walnut, before they were cracked, you know, the big round black walnut things. And boiled them until they turned a dark color. But I wanted something that would have a little bit more thickness to it. So I took some cornstarch, and you use cold water. I'm going to dump this out. You use cold water, and you just put a little bit of cornstarch in there, and then you put cold water in there, and you get it into a liquid form. You don't want gravy. You want a cold water, just something. And you could also use, what do they call it? Not glycerin, the other one. Oh, I can't think of it right now. Let me open this. And I'm just going to use it out of the lid here. Let me put this where it's steady. But look. Whoops, that's still got my... And I need a towel. Well, you can see some brown, but it still had black on it from the ink. Wash that brush out a little. This might have some black in it. No, it's brown. And if you let this dry, you can layer it. Let's get out my heat gun. But this is wet. This is wet ink. This isn't like drawing with a pen. But I like to get the tonal values. I'll leave that out. I like to get the tonal values, and you can just keep building up the tone, make it darker and darker. And I'm thinking you could put some of this over the black even to get another tone in there. So you play around with that stuff. So let's start. I want to sketch this here. And I'm going to sketch it with this pen, which is water soluble. So my lines, well, there'll be lines, but they'll be more of a, well, I've got two pens out. They'll be more of a water soluble line. So I'm going to sketch, I'm just going to do a fast sketch of her. I'm going to do her hat here. They were asking me where, I think it was Anne was asking me, where do I start? I usually kind of start on the left side of the head. Sometimes I start with the hat, and then I'll work the, this is really hard to see. Her hat comes around like this, kind of goes up, but her eye comes right up to the brim of her hat. There's just a little bit of space, and her eyes are very almond shaped. She's got a very interesting face. She's got a very intelligent looking face. So her hat comes around like that. Now, I'm not saying this is the best drawing ever. This is just me getting a feel for her. I can see a bit of her hair coming out over here, and I see shading in here for her nose. Her hat comes up off of the page. I'm working very high up on the page. Let's see, her hair comes down that way. Her hat actually comes out more. And then her other eye. And I noticed when I did my doll, let me get my doll. I want to show you something that I noticed. And you guys probably noticed it right away. I didn't notice it until I actually reviewed it later in my camera, and I saw it right away. And even now, I don't notice it so much. But I can point out this eye is much larger than this eye. I think when I look at it top down, I see it. So I might, when I work on this doll again, paint some of this out and make this eye a little bit smaller. She's not bad, but I do notice that this eye is larger, and I tend to make one eye larger than the other. I don't know why, but I tend to do that. All right, her nose comes in here. And one thing that you guys saw, that portrait that I drew, that Annie V sent, that she did. And Annie V was telling me, and I found it very interesting that she said that if you look at the eyes, the length of, you can kind of tell it on this picture, sort of. The length of the eye, the space between the two eyes is actually the length of an eye. So this left eye is about this long. And if you put it that point there, it comes to just about to where the point where the right eye starts. If I could, it's hard to show you here. And she had sent me a little measuring tool and encouraged me to use it. And where is that tool? I have it out here somewhere. What did I do with it? Oh, I put it with my other pieces. I got it off of this. It's back behind. I'm not going to dig it out, but it's a measuring tool that artists will use to gauge where to put the eyes. I'm just going to kind of sketch them in. But I like that her hat just comes right down to her eyes there. And then it kind of comes down. I'm going off my page. It kind of comes down that way. It comes and it goes off here. I'm working off of, I'm used to working larger. All right, she's got a kind of a curl coming out here. And then her face kind of comes down that way. And I'm not going to do anything with her nose. We're going to go back to, I'm going to go back to my, let's take some of that water again. Put it in here. Guess I will leave that out. Grab some of this and put in there. And you could use black ink too. You don't have to use it from the pen. But I like it that it is soluble. You still see the lines, but it is soluble. And no, I'm not going to stick that in my... And all this in here is shaded. Yeah. Put some water in there. I like to do this. It's a fun exercise. It isn't like I'm going to be an expert at anything, but it's fun. It's fun to go at it here. Let's see, her face shape comes down this way, sort of. She's got shadowing in her nose area. All this is in shadow. A very light shadow, and then I'll come in and make it darker. Her hat is all shaded. All up in there is shaded. I should be putting all of this in black. Except for her blouse. Okay, let's go back to, let's see, her face. Her face comes down like that. Maybe not quite that deep. Something like that. And then she's got a long neck line there. And then she's got this white collar on. It looks like she's got a cameo on in here, which is probably smaller than what I'm doing. And I'm just doing a rough sketch here. Let's go back to this eye and put it in. I bounce around when I draw. It just helps me find out where I want to go next. What I want to do next. This comes down. blouse comes down that way. Her coat comes down that way. This blouse actually goes clear up to her jawline there. Comes down like that. And her other, and this hat actually comes way out back around her head there. And this one goes probably back around her hair there. And she's looking at you here. And I probably didn't leave enough space in there, but let's do the yeah. The one thing about this paper is it's not coated, so the ink tends to sink in. If you work on a vellum coated paper, a marker paper is coated. Some of your visual stories that you get, those little visual story mixed media books are coated papers. And the ink doesn't tend to sink into them as much. This paper is very porous, so the wet media wants to sink into it. If a paper is coated, the ink will surface on the page a little bit more. I can't see where her eye is ending here. The light shining on it. She's got some hairlines coming out, and then she's got some hair kind of coming out this way too. And her neckline might be a little, I might have it a little long there. But this is a study. This is not meant to be anything other than a study. Let's see if I can't get some more black going in here. Oh, that other pen must have been running dry. This one's going in there nice. And this is really dark in here. And it's dark behind her. Your strokes matter. See how I did that? I'm not sure I can get rid of that. But it doesn't matter that much. Yeah. Because I'll do some more. And you don't have to use a pen. I'm just showing you how these pens from the dollar store are water soluble. I mean, you could get out a bottle of black ink and do the same thing that I'm doing here. But you don't always carry a bottle of black ink with you. And if you're out sketching and you happen to have a spray bottle with you, this is a good technique to, if you want to get some tonal values. So her face is all shadowy in here. And where did I put that water? Down on the floor. I think I'll save that for let's darken this eye a little. You notice I'm not doing the nose right away. I always say the nose is a challenge for Meri. Let's grab a little of this. Darken it that way too. A little shading in there. There's shading under her neckline here. And then this area in here is really dark. And this area is dark. Get it too wet and your paper will tear. I think I'm going to hit it with a heat gun. You don't have a heat gun if you're out sketching. Just saying. I remember I was asking, a couple years ago when I was doing a lot of urban sketching, how come they don't make a heat gun with a cigarette lighter thing or a hair dryer, a portable hair dryer with you plug in your cigarette lighter? And they were talking about how much energy those hair dryers use. A lot more than you would consider. All right, I'm going to go to this smaller brush and some of this water and see if I can't darken her eyes a little here. We don't want them too dark. Yeah. Now, I get it too wet. All I'm doing is putting ink on a non-porous surface. Here. You could use a you know, a soft drink lid if you were out sketching. Or if you're in the house like I am, you could just get out a bottle of black ink. And then her area around her eyes are very dark in there. Very dark in here. And coming down around her face there. Let's go back to the wider brush. I got to start working on her face at some time, at some point. Don't know if I like, see how much larger this eye is than that? I don't know why I do that. I tend to do that. I'm not sure why. Let's dry this a little first. It could be the angle of my sketchbook. Sometimes when their face is turned, and her face is slightly turned, sometimes that eye is smaller just because it's at an angle. But I wouldn't say she's at that much of an angle. She's probably at about a 5-degree angle. And I don't have her, I have her looking face on. I don't really have her at a very, I got a little bit of an angle in there. But I'm going to try to make this eye just a little bit larger. So I want to get tonal values in there, and then I need to get her lip. Her lip starts just right about where the hairline is. And they're very soft. They're not that pointy. And they're very, almost like that. And a little bit of underneath there. Like that. And I'm afraid to touch the nose. Oh, dear me. The nose is always what I need practice with. Always what I need practice with. She's got sort of a high cheekbone there. It's the wrong brush to use. Shading under there. Part of the problem is I have a glare on this. Not sure I'm totally happy with it. And she's got kind of a cheek even over here. And this is shady. And I think I used all my black. And she's got kind of a, like a, no, it's not a smile. It's sort of like a type thing going on there. Okay, let me try it. I'm not happy with it. I'm not happy with it at all, but this is my first try. I think her nose is too long. Maybe her whole face is too long. Oh, I see. I notice her. She's got a collar here, but as I look at this more, she's got a ruffle coming down the side of her blouse there. And this kind of comes down, and then this is dark again. See, I've got a scribble line there. I don't know where that line came from. I don't know where that line came from. I'm not going to be able to get rid of it. Candy, hi Nettie, hi Alicia, welcome Alicia, hi Jersey Laura, hi Brenda D, Alicia Mott, Brenda D, Candy, Laura, Jill, welcome everybody who's coming in. Now her eyes, when you look at her picture, you barely see her eyes. I've got her eyes showing up a lot more. I think I want to darken, oops, not my tea, Mary. I think I want to darken them out. I think I'm just gonna And maybe not that much. Put them in the background here. You know their eyes there. I'm just playing now. I'm just playing now. And her whole hat is really darker. And to tell you the truth, the whole background's darker. The only thing that really shows up on this picture is this area. You just keep playing with it. Hey, how many times have I about pushed that brush in my tea? I still can't get rid of that mark. It's going to live there. It's just going to live there. One thing, when it's wet, it's always darker when it's wet than when it's dry. Always darker. That's why you layer it. You let it dry and then you put another layer on it to make it darker. I think I'm about done playing here. Not bad for a study. It's not perfect. I see a lot of areas that, of course, her nose and her lips, of course. I don't want to mess them up too much. The paper's pretty thin, too. All right. I think I got her a little more solemn than, and I think her face is too wide. It's just self-critiquing. Her face is probably a little too wide. I don't know if I could make it any more slender in here. It's hard to see the... Oops, there goes my water bottle fell. I might be getting to the point to where I'm messing it up. But I do think her face is probably a little bit too wide. But that just comes with me having to learn her face. Stop, Mary, stop. I can't stop. Just pour ink on her head up here. All right. She's not bad for the first sketch. If I do her several times, I'll get better each time. And I got glare coming off my light. I should have her propped up over there. Then you guys wouldn't see her. The back's kind of interesting, isn't it? And this is why I put another sheet down to protect the other side, other page. So I might do her again. I'm not sure that I like her eyes. They might be a little too big, but oh well, there she is. Let me sign her. I'm going to put first study. Let me wash out my brushes. I didn't use that little one too much. First study. Yes. Streeter. Aldridge. I spelled it wrong. Where? ALDRICH from NPPD rough photo. And today is 1/13/22. And I'll keep studying her. I'll just keep the picture here. I'll probably do her a couple more times. I probably won't do her 50 times, but I eventually get tired. All right, it is 7:03. I still got 2 hours. I'm looking at her straight on here. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right, well, that's just my sketch journal. Oh, you'll be seeing me do a lot more of that this year. Let's move on to something else. She's your little companion. Give that pup a treat, Jersey. She's your little companion. Candy says hello to Mindy. Candy says, Jersey says, yes, you are thinking that's the way to be cozy and warm in your bed. I may have to do that later if I don't get warm. Nettie's here. Hi, Nettie. Nettie, I got my Happy Mail from scrapbook.com. The Sizzix metallic flakes. Nettie was using these, and I had to get them. Nettie was using these one day or showing them or something, and I had to go get them. They came, Nettie. They came. I'm not going to use them right now. Let's play in the Asian caboodle, or no, let's paint. This goes with the, where would I put that? Let's paint on my Wajaka? Is that how you pronounce it? Let's paint. I'm gonna put this pen away. And I'll probably have to zoom out a little to get this. I don't have them painted yet. That's as far out as it will go. This is a pretty tall ledger is what it is. And yeah, I'm going to put ledger pages in here. I thought I got, oh, I did get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 folios of, well, there's only 1 page. So I got 5 times 4 is 20 pages, and there's some pages in here. So I should have enough pages. I don't want it to get too thick on this. I'm going to paint. And I'm going to put some flowers on here too. So let's start with that. Do I want to use this? I think I will. I'll use this as a palette. Let's see where I'm going with this. Now they made their bird a yellowish color, and then they put black stripes in here. Probably this color. A king's gold. Shall I make my bird a king's gold? I think I will. And I don't know if I want to use these brushes because I've been using them for sketching. But I need a thin brush. Let's get out a different one. I'll probably mix them all up because I do that. But for right now, we're going to use this one. It's a bit of a flat one, kind of a wedge shape. And we're just going to start painting it. Now the ones that Rosemary painted, she had all different colors on, and I'm not sure what she looked at. And she stamped hers in blue. But I stamped mine in white to kind of give a base. To my animals so that they'd show up better. And I think I'll let some of the white show. This bird I think I'll make blue, but you know, I might make these birds, after I get this painted, I might come in with a darker tone on it too, because I don't want just a flat color. This one here is a flat color. I don't know if I want a flat gold on here. So I might come in with a darker color in here. And maybe on the bottom of the wings here. And I might break out my fine liners. And there's the back to do. Now on Rosemary's ledger, she said that they had embossed a horse's head or something on there, and it was hard to stamp on it, so she didn't do anything with it. I think she turned it upside down, or backwards, so that she could do her Wajaka. Oh, am I pronouncing that wrong? Design on it. And I'll probably have to give this more than one coat. I kind of like the white outline peeking through. I have more than enough paint here. going to come up here and give it another coat. All right. That's way more pink than I need. Let's do a little Georgia clay. Jersey says, I swear it's my hormones, but when I see all of the fibs coming into the box, I get a little misty in my eyes because I missed you so much. Oh, Laura, we missed you. We missed you. We're so glad to see you back. We are glad to see you back. Now, what am I going to do here? Bring that down like that a little, I think. And then on each feather. Now, and I'm not sure about the head. I got too much yellow paint there. Way too much yellow paint. Let's get rid of some of it. Where, Mary, where? Well, you have all sorts of scrap paper here. How about smearing some of it in my... Let's move this for a minute. Where? I don't know. Let's move this. Let's smear some of that on one of these pages in here. One of my copybook pages. That's way too much paint. Oops. All right, we're just gonna let that be. I just put a background in my art journal. Now I have to put it out to dry. You don't want to see behind me. I'm not sure I can get out. And my water bottle fell. Ooey, ooey. All right. Let's do a bluebird down here. I'll come in with black, but on the outline in there, but I want it to dry. Let's do a blue and all I see is English Navy. What's this? Prussian blue. Prussian blue looks black almost. We're going to do this bird. Now this bird is not on here. This bird was this bird right here. But this is Rosemary's bird. And I don't need a whole lot. I just need a drop. That might need another drop, but we'll come back to it. Now, Rosemary put several different areas, several different colors on her. Like she might have put a green. We could put a green breast on this bird. I like green. But we probably should do that first. Now, let's get out my light green. Light green, light green, light green. That's a festive green. I thought I had a parakeet green. parakeet green. Here's an Irish moss. That's okay. Now I think I'll varnish this. I think I have a satin varnish. I'll varnish this after it's all done. I might want that a little bit lighter blue. Maybe. I don't know if I do or not. Maybe I want it darker. Let's go to the Prussian blue. I don't know what these birds look like. I'm just painting. Maybe I want the green lighter. Yeah, white needs to sit on its head a little while. I think that bird needs some pink in it, but I'll get there. Do, 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 do. I look at my stand and I sing "The bear went over the mountain to see what he could see." Yeah, I'm looking for a dark green, like a holly branch. I need more color in there, but I'll be putting flowers in there. This may not be. Yeah, shake it up a little more. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know. Let's paint the rabbit pink. I need a red. I thought I had a red out. I might have put it away. There's red glitter. Heritage brick. Bright red. And we might add some pink in here. My palette's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. It's not a very pretty pink. Give them a white tail. I'm running out of palette space. Yeah. I'm attempting to sew a signature, Arlene says. If you hear sounds of frustration, it's me. Aww. I'll bet that is a challenge for you, Arlene. Hi, Carol. She says, hello, Barbara, Chicken Pot Pie Society. Did I say hello to you? Alicia and Lars here. Barb who? Which Barb? Kathy's World is here? Which Barb was here? Who did I miss with Barb? Oh, Barbara, Chicken Pot Pie Society. Kathy says, Carol, if we installed a doggy door and my dog sit by it, look at me like, excuse me, will you please come open the door? Barb Owens was here? Oh no, I keep missing Barb Owens. I keep missing her. And Dee Dee's here. Hi, Dee Dee. Dee Dee, are you still out there? I miss you guys. I'm got my head in paint. Oh, Dee Dee. Dee Dee, thank you so much for the black and gold. If you're out there. And Barb, if you're out there. Oh, I missed her. I missed Barb. Bless her heart. I'm not used to seeing her up early in the morning. Good for her. Good for Barb. Let's see. Let's put some goldfish in here. Aw. Dee Dee, I'm used to seeing up early. Barb, I usually, if I always miss Barb when she comes in. I caught her a couple times, though. Dee Dee is usually the morning person. Barb usually shows up in the evening chats. But I still miss her. What did Kathy say? Oh, about the dog door. Dee Dee, I want to thank you again for that beautiful black and gold. I put it in my gold journal. Dee Dee. Did you see? Let me get it out. For those of you who didn't see, Dee Dee, I have to trim the edges, but Dee Dee sent me this beautiful black and gold paper for my gold journal. Bless her heart. And then I've got some trimmings that I'm going to put with your note and put it in my monthly journal with like Happy Mail and stuff like that. Thank you so much, Dee Dee. That was so sweet of you to send that to me. It's really just beautiful. I don't know if I'll do anything on it. It's too beautiful. Barb got raced going home this morning. Oh, okay. That's why she's up early. She's getting her son out the door. Okay. Yeah, I need some water. Thank you. Hi, Trish. And Jenna's here. Creative Trish. Rosemary paints these all sorts of colors. I'm just kind of filling in the blanks here. I guess we could have a blue fish down here and a green one. And I'm going to come along with my white fine liner. I think I'm going to make this more of a Georgia clay. I'll just put some Georgia clay in there. And I'm going to come along with my white fine liner and outline these, I think. Maybe some more green in here, maybe. Who was the lady you sketched earlier? That was Beth Streeter Aldrich. She's a Nebraska author. She wrote a book that that's why I haven't been online much. I had my nose in that book. Janet Young and Dee Dee were talking about books. They were talking about books this weekend, and I'm looking for it here. Hold on. I got my magazines. I went to the library. It's probably over here on this card. Oh, let me show you. Let me stop a minute and show you guys what I did earlier this morning. I can't get them out because of the, where are they now? Did I put them over here. Did I not? Yeah. You know, my snow globe zine, I finished it. Well, I went to the library and made about 150 copies. And I folded up a couple this morning. So this is what I'm going to be doing in Anne's Crafting Chat later today, is folding zines. And I'm going to be mailing. I'm going to go down through my address book. I have been so bad with Happy Mail. So I'm going to be folding and sending out zines. That's on my list of things to do. What did I do with my book here? The bear went over the mountain, and all he saw was Mary's stash. And he said, "What trash? Where's the trash?" Well, I've been reading the book. I can't find the book right now. I think I threw it behind me someplace. Hold on a sec. Here it is. I won't get everything out that I got at the library. I showed all that earlier. Let me move this. I went to the library, but what I found interesting, things called to me, so to speak. I did not read. Bess Streeter Aldrich wrote Like a Lantern in Her Hand, and several books that I should have read in junior high, I think. But our local electric magazine showcases places in Nebraska. Just a little 2-page article, and this picture caught my eye. And she's a Nebraska author, and it's talking about her home in Elmwood. Now, Elmwood is probably, I'm guessing, 30 or 40 miles east of Lincoln. I'm guessing. I don't know the exact mileage. So, but she wrote A Lantern in Her Hand, and I read that, and I thought, well, that's interesting, and I said, oh, she'd be fun to sketch. Well, I tore that out, and then I went to the library Tuesday, and there were 2 books on their book table. Now, at this library, I don't usually go, well, I go to this library, but not a lot, but I like to make copies from the library I went to. These books aren't free. Our county library, if we find books on the book table, they're free. But I had to pay 50 cents for this. Big deal. But I started reading it, and it's really an interesting book. I'm not going to go through everything that I went through earlier. But what I will tell you this, what impressed me about this book, it's not only the sections that I circled here, and I read those earlier, but was this dedication. This book was presented to from a lady to her husband and her mother and father. And, I thought, oh, what a shame. She dedicated this book, and, here it is. And I'm going to tear it up. And so I decided to look up her name, because I figured she's probably a local lady. And so I Googled it, and I found a grave, so I know she's passed away. And I found information on her. She was, I want to say she was sort of well-to-do. She contributed. She was very community-minded. And I mean, I'm talking about the real lady here who made the dedication of this book. She dedicated a lot of money and stuff to community organizations and that type of thing. And so what I'm going to do, I've read the book. I enjoyed the book. I went all through what I got out of the book earlier. But I'm going to take the book jacket off. I'm going to keep the dedication with the book jacket, and I'm going to kind of note some of the things that I've learned about this lady and some of my impressions of her and how I thought she might relate to the character in the story. This was really it was a fun read. I put it down. I couldn't put it. My nose has been in a book the last couple days. I wouldn't say I'm a fast reader, but I'm not a slow reader either. I had other things to do. But I've thoroughly enjoyed this book. So, but I had torn this out of it's just like things come to me. It was like this showed up in the magazine, and then then the book showed up, and the sketch caught my attention. Now the sketch, I don't think, it needs some work. The sketch needs some work. This is the sketch that I did. But my first sketches always need work. I think her face needs to be a little bit more narrow here. I don't think I really caught her eyes the way they are here, but her face is really dark here too. So I probably show more of her eyes here than what you see on here. So I was playing. I'll do this 2 or 3 times. So that's the story of that. Yep, the bear went over the mountain. I sing that when I'm digging stuff out of off my cart here. This cart over here has to be cleaned off or I won't be able to get my laptop on it. All right, I was painting fishies. And see, my paint dries while I'm talking here. This is just craft paint. Yeah. Now we'll make his tail blue. And maybe his fins will be blue. And let's do a little, I don't know, what color should I make the dog? I can't make him black. Brown, I guess. I'm going to make this tree more of a Georgia clay color. This is Georgia clay. I'm going to add some Georgia clay in here. Let's see. I wanted a pink again here. Hi, Lisa. Welcome, welcome. Nettie's here. Kathy's World is here. Allie K. Hi, Allie K. Let's see. I'm going to put a little bit of pink on here, on this fish. Maybe it needs to be a little redder. A little pink in here. All righty. I don't know. My brother could probably paint a fish better than me. They got kind of a silver gray, don't they? Let's make this one green and gold. Yeah. I'm leaving the white lines on purpose. I'm going to come back in and do some fine liner work on this. All right, what color am I going to make that silly fish? I mean dog. Hi, Juanita. Welcome, welcome. I'm just playing with Wajaka. Is that how you pronounce it? I always mispronounce it. Angie says she's back. I don't like my pink as I mix it. Orange. Did not Miss Becky send me some pink and lavender? And she said, here you go, Mary. Now you have pink and lavender. Do you think I know where I put them? Let's twirl the cart one more time. Here's No, that's gold. I spend more time looking for stuff than what I should probably. Well, I use it and then here, she sent me this multi-surface pink. I'm going to get that out. I'm not going to paint the dog lavender. Green, red, brown. I guess he's going to be a brown color. How about making him a worn Penny color? We'll have Penny the dog here. If I can get it open. We're going to make him a worn Penny color. Oop, I put my hand in it. Oh, he's blending in with the tree. Well, I'll be painting that tree a brighter Georgia clay color. Let's mix a little yellow with that, see what happens. Oh, we'll come back to that. Let's get out that Georgia clay. He's blending in with the tree. We're gonna this is Georgia clay. Give that tree a little dimension. Oh, I'll be playing with this for a while. I like that a lot better. Let's do this. I'm liking that. That dog shows up a little better. He needs more help though. Let's see what I have. I have brushed metal, high hide. What color is this? It says high hide. High hide. I never heard of high hide color. It's kind of like a grayish brown. Ooh, it's kind of a pretty color. Kind of a goldish brown, goldish gray. Got too much on my palette. Let's come back in with some more of that worn penny. I'm going to leave it like it needs some dark in there, but we're going to let it dry. All right. Now I want some flowers on here. Let's wash out my brush. I was looking for that pink. Let's do that pink. Becky sent me this pink. She says, now you have pink. She sent me lavender too. I don't know what happened to the lavender. It's here someplace. Gold. Here it is. Pink and lavender. It's a prettier pink than I mixed. My rabbit, give it a pink body here. Wajaka is how you pronounce it. Rhonda corrected me earlier. Rhonda said Mary is Wajaka. Let's put some blue in that. My blue's getting dry. Some lavender with it. Maybe a little pink. Oh, and did I show you? I think Becky, I don't know if Becky saw it or not because she left, but my amaryllis plant. My amaryllis plant is blooming. I'm so proud of it. I'm so proud of my amaryllis plant. I can't wait till it all breaks out in bloom. These are all blooms over here. But we planted this a couple weeks ago. I planted it here in one of my streams. It's so pretty. I'm going to take it back out in the kitchen after the stream. It gets better light out there. That really is a pretty pink. If I have to do pink, this is a pretty one. I get too much on my brush. Now I need some green. Let's put a little lavender on this fish. He needs a little cheering up. A little more yellow. Yellow and lavender, yes. Okay. That dog needs help. All right, I want to look at, what did I do with it? I want to look at this and pull some background stuff. Ooh, that's pretty right there. Let's get more of that pretty light green out. So I was looking at this one. Kind of comes down in a fan shape. Let's see, let's do it. I got so much green. I could do it in a pink. Reverse the colors. Let's do it right in here. Now, I guess I'm going to have to paint it white first because it's not going to show up on the black. So let's do some white. Let's get out white. Arlene dropped links to Dee Dee's and Juanita's channels. Dee Dee was doing pan pastels yesterday. Dee Dee just inspires me. She just inspires me, period. Juanita does a lot of spinning and weaving, and that's what I think of with she spins. Juanita spins. All right, I was doing this one, only I was reversing it. So I want to come like so. And I'm just doing this freehand. And I'm just going to put in a base. And then it has kind of a zigzaggy. And then I'll come in and make it pink and purple. Or pink and, yeah, pink and blue maybe. And then, let's see. They do all sorts of leaves here. Let's make a leaf in here. I should have a different brush, a smaller brush. I hate to use those tiny brushes for my acrylic. Find one I don't mind using. I can't see. This one? Yeah. I guess I'll use it. I was saying the other day that this texture of this journal is very textured, like a faux leather type thing. So it's not easy to get a smooth outline on this. Let's see. Let's go like this. And then there's a little flower shape in here. With a little stem and a leaf. I don't like that. We'll leave it. Let's do another one over here. Then there's just some little dots in here. And then there's some comes out. Gotta move this. What time is it? 8:11. I'll probably just get the white painted on here, and then I'll come in with color. But I'm just kind of putting in some floral. Comes out like so. I need an even thinner brush, but we'll do this. We'll do this one. Now let's see, there's another, some floral. Let's do this red floral here. It kind of comes like this. I missed Barb. She probably thinks every time I go in there, Meri ignores me. No, I don't ignore her. I just miss her. I miss Barb. I feel so bad when I do that. Oh dear. Bye, Allie. Bye, Arlene. And bye, Angie. Bye, Allie. Whoever's leaving, bye. That's funny. Fish needs a cheering up. Which fish? Which fish needs a cheering up? Are you talking about me? Kathy had to leave. Arlene, did Arlene have to leave? Arlene said, bye, gotta go. Have a blessed day. Anne's here. Sleep well, Allie. Sleep well, and Arlene. Arlene is one of the first people in here. She really does a really wonderful job of modding. I don't deserve her. I don't deserve Arlene. Oh, dear me. Yeah, I can't do much with this brush. I'm just getting inspired from this. That's what you said, Mary. Nettie says, you do deserve good friends. Aw, hi, Lana. Good morning, Lana. Lana gifted me. Oh, my goodness, Lana. I'm still blown over by what you gifted me with the... I haven't had a chance to get back into my caboodle, my Asian caboodle, but boy, believe me, I will. I will. She sent me awesome Asian ephemera for my caboodle. Let's see, let's do one of these. It comes this way, and it goes up this way, and then it has sort of a bell. See if I can't perfect that a little. Oops. Like that. And then it's got a, I don't know, a stem. I might have to make that longer. Oh. Oh dear. That looks like a little ghost. We'll have to come in with some black over that. That wasn't too successful. Yeah. Let's do this big flower up here. It has just little petals like so. My brush is wet. Or it'll be something like that, big flower. My brush isn't doing what I want it to do, but it's sort of because of the paper too. The cover is textured. Okay. Look at this bird over here. Wonder if I can put him in. I'm gonna leave it like that. And then let's do some I might have to get out my fine liner. I kind of like that. Need some dots in there now, but I'll do that with my fine liner. My paint's getting... What time is it? 8:21. I still have room to go. What dropped? I dropped something. Juicy black here. Let's get out some more white. You paint on black all the time? Oh, Alicia. Really? That's cool. Thank you very much. I'm still I'm still figuring out what I want here. Everything that's white on here is really background. Where I have these white, I'll come in and paint them like I did the bird and the animals. I think the animals, if you look at this bird here, this bird that I did here, right here, hold it up a little closer. See how it's got black lines in there? I have to go in and do that yet. And I think I'll detail this with some black. I don't want everything because it's got a black background. But I think maybe around my, either white or black around my animals, or maybe even a yellow, a light color around my animals to make them pop after I get all the background in. Now, if you look at this bird, it's weird because I just have it coming like this, the tummy, but look, it looks like it's got feet right there. Yeah. It's Mexican hot chocolate, dark chocolate truffle bar. That's what this package is. I'm doing a truffle bar package on my journal. I didn't realize that till I just now read the print. Truffle bar. Jeez. Should I make that come down over this? I think I will. And we'll put some leaves on it. It's kind of fun to do. I'm not an expert at it by any means. But I don't imagine, well, I think they did refine their drawing a little, but for a chocolate truffle bar. Let's do some of these leaf things here. Ah, thank you. Ah, thank you, Dee Dee. Well, you know, this is Rosemary's Mexican caboodle, and this came from Rosemary, this ephemera, and I got a whole package of ephemera there from Rosemary. I'm addicted to Rosemary's caboodles. Uh-oh, that fish is getting his nose. He looks like he's chewing on that leaf. Now, let's see if I can fix that. A little better. And that's not black. Looks purple. Well, maybe that's because I'm painting over the white a little. It's fun to do, but I got to go in there and paint all of this now. All of these white things. Let's just put some dots in here. Maybe another little leaf shape. That may not be the smartest thing to do. I don't like my dog. Yellow dog, Old Yeller. Old Yeller. He's a gold dog. He's an old gold dog. We'll leave him like that for a minute or two, let him dry a little. He needs a little bit more yellow, I think. A little bit lighter yellow. All right, let's go back to my white. Let's finish my white before I got a half an hour. This is Thursday. I know Ann Lahr comes on has her craft and chat, but I get mixed up. Is Kathy Berg coming on Thursdays now? I know she comes on Tuesdays. I get confused on that one. I usually go watch, I usually take a nap and then I'll go into the craft and chat room. Oh, let's do some leaves here. Oh, my brother's got the hiccups. He's got the hiccups. Now let's put a couple dots. I'm not happy with this area. We'll just put some dots in there. Oh, Nancy Widner has a birthday today. Happy birthday, Nancy. I just saw that flash on Facebook notification. Gosh, I thought she had a birthday a few months ago. Let's just make it big here. It says Nancy Widner had a birthday. Whoops. Well, let's fill it in a little then. Sometimes I don't trust those birthday notifications. Most of them I do. Okay, what else? Let's do some little leaves in here. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just filling in the spots. My paint's getting thick. Help, I can't stop. I can't stop. I just got this area up here. And then I'll probably, I don't know, I'm thinking I'll call it quits. I got about a half an hour left though. I could do some collaging. I could fold some more zines. Let's go up here with some dots. Maybe a leaf coming down. Hi, Kathy McConnell. Welcome, welcome. She says, I can't stay long, but I don't usually get to catch your stream, so I thought I would pop in. Oh, Kathy, thanks for popping in. Thank you for popping in and saying hello. I would have missed you if Ann wouldn't have said good morning to you. Dee Dee says, you always make the caboodles your own, Mary. Well, yeah, I guess I do kind of. Rosemary says, you don't use my stuff. I do use her stuff, but I just, I use it my way, I guess. Rosemary is Rosemary. You know, I get inspired by what Rosemary does. I keep telling her I wouldn't buy her caboodles if I didn't love them. And I learned so much from, well, I learned a lot from you too, Dee Dee. But I don't want to be a little Rosemary. I want to be a Mary inspired by Rosemary. I don't think I could be Rosemary. You can't be what somebody else is. You can try. If you're that good, you're probably violating copyright. Oh dear. I just got a few more up here and I'm going to quit, I think. Well, I might put some in here too. Now I'm on to the flowers. Yeah. I don't think I want a flower there though. What do I want? They just do a, I have trouble with this brush doing curved lines. It's just not made to do delicate work. All right. I think I got enough on there. Now I'm not done yet because after I paint these, I want to put in black lines and then I want to outline these animals again with my fine line, and maybe even the tree with my fine line paint applicator, and that'll make them pop out. I'll outline them in white. let's just try one now. I'm going to throw all this paint away. I could try to save it, but I'm not in the mood to smish paint this morning. I'll smish it in my wastebasket. And this too, this is just the packaging from a tape roll. Let me play with my fine liner a little here. Oh yeah, Mary, you'll get to doing your fine liner. And then you can't quit. Let me, not that one. Let's try the back of, see, Dee Dee, I saved every little smidgen of, saved every little smidgen of black and gold paper. I might have to get it closer to myself here. Now, I don't know if you guys can tell because I'm just kind of going over with my fine liner the outlines that are already there, but to kind of smooth out the lines. Because when my paint comes out of my fine liner, it comes out in a stream. And when it's on my paintbrush, you know, it brushes in. And let me tell you, it streams better than it brushes on this textured cover. You do get that dot there where you start and stop, so don't start and stop too much. And I'll let this dry, air dry, and it's kind of puffy now. When it dries, it'll kind of deflate a little. It's like decorating a cookie. There we go. Let's do the lizard or gecko or whatever it is. And when you squeeze the paint out of this, you have to allow for it spreading a little. So if you're doing detailed areas, kind of allow space around the, like his feet. Can you see how it's spreading in? There. I knew once Mary got started with her fine liner, she wouldn't be able to quit. I have to do those birds' feet. They're still just white claws. Mary, you should have been born a cake decorator. I'd charge you $50 for this cake. Rosemary says, I get my cut. YouTube says, I get my cut. Mary will get $5 out of the whole deal. I'll go buy me another fine liner. Now, I tried to put gold metallic in a fine liner, and it didn't work too well. I find that craft paint works the best. Just letting you know, that was my experience. Maybe you'd be better at it than me. I didn't have very good luck putting gold metallic in it. It kind of clogged up on me. It didn't want to flow. Craft paint, that's all I got in here. No medium, no water, no airbrush medium, no gesso, no nothing. Just plain old craft paint straight out of the bottle. Straight out of the bottle. Into the fine line paint applicator. And try to use the newest paint that you have, because when the paint clogs up, it can clog up your nozzle. And I don't use glue in my fine liners. I find that glues my nozzle shut. This has been my experience. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. I've ruined several. I think I quit at number 3, putting glue in them. That dog has a big nose now. All the better to smell my squirrels with. I'm a hunting dog, you know. Uh-oh, he's got big feet too. All the bit faster to run with. My hand's getting tired. I got one more to do. I want to do my rabbit. I think it's supposed to have a tail here, a bushy tail. Now I might come back and outline the tree, but I don't think I'll do it in white. I don't know. I think that would make the too confusing with the animals. Kind of wipe off your nozzle when you're done. And if you happen to be close to a running water, run it under a faucet. But if you're not, put your little wire in there and bounce it back and forth. I do that when I open it too. I'll open it when I open it. I don't know if I did it this time, but I'll open it and I'll go like that just to make sure that the little wire shaft is okay. It's 8:50. I'm not done with the cover yet, but I've made good progress on it. What else did I do today? I don't even remember. I worked in my gold book. I showed my library haul. I drew my sketch. Did my library haul, my junk haul, my happy mail. I think that took up all my time. So let me come out and say goodbye to everybody. Becky says, I need to get out of this recliner. Push the cats off you, Becky. Push the kitty cats off of you. Alicia says, I'm still blown away about the roller ink pens being water soluble. I have those here. Alicia, get the ones, not all of them are water soluble. The ones at Dollar General are, and I found that the Jot ink pens, the black and the blue Jot that they sell at Dollar Tree are water soluble. And if you really want a good water soluble surface, work on a vellum coated or some type of a coated paper. A paper like that copy paper that I was working on, it tends to absorb your ink. If you work on a vellum surface, you can get a nice painterly background. And I don't know if you saw me scribble that ink on the little tape dispenser thing. You can scribble it on plain paper and get some ink to come off of it, but it's better if you scribble it on paper, scribble it on a vellum coated paper, something that's not soluble. Hi, Patricia. Patricia Stubbs, welcome. Yeah, Fine Liner is the name brand. I get them, you can get them online, but thank you, JL. You can also get them at Hobby Lobby in the model car section where they sell all the little, the little accessories for model car makers. That's where I find them retail, is at Hobby Lobby. Jogos used to sell them, but I don't think they sell them anymore. And they used to sell just the caps, but I don't see those sold anymore either. So, yeah. But you can get other type of fine liner. These are fairly expensive. For an empty bottle, they'll cost you about, $5 or so retail. You can buy them, I think, on Amazon a little bit cheaper, get a package of 2. I don't remember what they cost at Amazon, but what I like about them is they pay for themselves. You got to take care of them. Got to keep those nozzles clean. But I've had every time I go to Hobby Lobby, I'll buy me another one. I've had them for a long time. I like using them. Not everybody likes them. Thank you, Mina. Thank you, Brenda D. JL. Yeah, go on Amazon and look for them. And I use just plain craft paint right out of the bottle and use the freshest, this was burnt umber, not black. That's interesting. Sometimes my lighting's not good and I think I'm pulling one color and I'm not. Use the freshest paint that you can find, no matter what brand you buy, because paint can get clogged up and clumpy, and that can clog up your nozzle. If you get a clogged nozzle and can't get any paint out of it, if it's not flowing for you, the first thing I do is open it and see how empty it is. Sometimes it gets empty. You see, I've used it a lot here, and I can squeeze it pretty tight before that paint starts showing up at the top. So sometimes when it's not flowing, even when you have it up and side down, it's because it's pretty near empty. If your cap is, if you unscrew it and you think your cap is clean, your nozzle is clean, you could just need more paint in it. But if you do, when I clean it, because I use craft paint, I just take it to the kitchen sink and I unscrew this. I take this off. I take this cap off. The orange means it's a standard tip, 18 gauge. A blue one will be a fine tip, a 20 gauge. I don't put craft paint in a 20 gauge one unless it's something like Deco Art, something really thin. But get it down to this point. Do not soak it in Murphy's oil soap or anything because it's held in by a glue. I let one of these soak in Murphy's oil soap overnight once, and I went out thinking it was nice and clean, and the tip fell out of it. It loosened all the glue around the tip. So just soak it in. If you have to soak it in just a plain warm water and dish soap. But what I do before I soak it or anything, I'll let the faucet run through there. Sometimes I take a needle. Let me grab one here. Sometimes I'll take a needle and go like this while that water's running through it. And this one's clean. This one's clean because, see, I can put that, well, my needle's bent. But if this needle were straight, I could get it all the way through, just like I could get it through to this point here, if I can find a straighter one. I use these in let me get one that's fairly decent. I use these in my glossy accent. This one's fairly decent. But see, these pins will fit in here just like if I can get in there. Well, this has got glossy accent on it. You got to get a clean needle. You might even get a thinner. Since I'm on the subject here, let me get one of these smaller ones. Penelope, at your service, Mary. One like this. Those leaf ones have a little bit thicker shank. One that has the yellow dot on it. And put it in there. And, well, you have to see to get it in. There. See, that'll go clear down to the button. And then while that water is running, I just don't gush the water out, let it stream out, and then take your pen and just go up and down, up and down. And that will help. The warm water and the soap will help clean out the shaft. And sometimes you'll have paint all up in here, especially if you get a clump or something. Get that clump out of there. I'll go around and clean it all out there. And you can even put this needle down in here. You have to kind of find the shaft. I'm not finding it right now, but it will go down in there once you find it. Now, I'm not finding it, but I'm not finding it right now. I don't want to fool with it. But if you can get your needle down there, sometimes you'll drop it in there and it'll fall way down and you can't get it out. I mean, you can turn it upside down, but sometimes if you can get it, oh, there it went in. See, it goes way down in there. It'll go down to the button. All right, now I go, oh, it's not coming out. Now what do I do? And that happens to me. I'll get another needle. Penelope, I'll get another needle, exactly like the other needle. And this is how I clean out my fine liners. and I'll come back into the top here, and I'll push down. And that should push that one out. And sometimes I try to get a hold of both of them and push this way, push that way, push this way, and push that way. And that'll help clean out that shaft, especially if it's all clogged. This one wasn't clogged. But that's how I clean my fine liners. But I'll warn you again, don't use any strong soap like Murphy's oil soap that cleans our stencils, because it will melt the glue just like it cleans the acrylic paint off of your stencils. This has, or it did for me. Maybe it was just a glue job, I don't know. But ever since I did that, I won't do it again. So that's my story on fine liners. It's 9 o'clock. Thank you, Violet. Hi, Gilly. Yeah, they are called fine line applicator. Here, it's written right here. It says fine line applicator, and then it says standard tip. Whoops, I didn't get it put back together here. The yellow one is a standard 18 gauge. I like that for my craft paint. I very seldom use the blue gauge, the 20 gauge one. Very seldom use it. If you mix airbrush medium with your craft paint, or use Deco Art Americana as a little bit thinner paint, if you get one of those thin paint, you can use the 20 gauge, but I'm happy with this. Thank you, Violet. Okay, everybody, it's past 9 here. Ann Laura's opening her craft and chat room. So, and I'm sure somebody will be on YouTube. Have a great day. And I'm going to quote Rachel. Our Rachel says, make it a memory. Bye, everybody.